Alrighty. Okay. Hello. Welcome. So, just do my little spiel. Hi, I'm Ashley. I am a character and creature concept artist, character artist as a whole, 3D artist, blah, blah, blah. And I basically on this stream like to take a sphere and mash it around into a whole bunch of shapes and just kind of see where it goes from there. It's more of like a sketchbook session. So the same way that you would treat your, actual sketchbook is the same way that I would be treating this in 3D in ZBrush. So it's not necessarily for an end project or anything like that. It's quite literally just doodling in 3D and just seeing where it goes and having fun with that. So it's not for print, it's not for games, it's not for film, it's not for anything in particular. But of course, anything that you sketch this way, or if you choose your own way of sketching, whichever, you could always clean that up and make it for something later on. But that there is no intent for that starting off, just to preface that. Hey Grim, how are you doing? All right, let people filter in a little bit. Did all of the titles update? No, I'm Ian. Okay, I gotta update the titles so that I'm not Ian. And then we'll get started. Alrighty. Everybody else gets that fancy stuff, They get that fancy stuff where it updates for them. Me? Nah, I don't get updates. I gotta update myself. Alright. What's up, Bobbles? Hey, Richie. You're doing okay? Okay is better than bad. They do say that you should always strive for contentment. Don't strive to always be happy. Strive for true contentment. Whatever that means. All right. Let's just start masking some stuff off and pulling it out. You know what we can do too is we can start doing like some of these transforms on it as well if we want. We can do like some bend arcs and stuff to try and get some like interesting shapes right off the bat. Pull this stuff. So wherever you pull these cones, by the way, in these deforms, it will move on those axes. Just keep that in mind. That does something like that. Then it would be like a very straight visor. I mean, you could always pull that as well. But if you were to accept this and then do another one, getting crazy with it, maybe. Nah, I'll do a crazier pull and then we'll do some of that. So if I grabbed both of these right here, this, and then I pull that out, like so. Stretch them. And then you do a bend arc. Oh boy. Now we getting something. Set that. Take your move, which I'm using Snake Hook. Before somebody asks, I'm using Snake Hook because it moves things faster than the move brush moves. So I like to just kind of be a little bit more freehand with this sort of thing. Yeah, an interesting kind of, we can even give this on the inside here, we can give it like a gray, and then the outside can stay it's white. We can start kind of concepting like that. Get rid of the RGB on the Snake Hook. What's up, Aldo? What number stream is this? You should be near 200. Oh my gosh, do you think? I don't think so. I don't think so because I took a bunch of a break. If Shane is close to 200, then I'm definitely not close to 200. What's up, Thomas? Oh, I've been back. I just didn't stream last week, that's all. Thank you, Eagle. I appreciate that. How's my eye? How's Monty? Eye is in flux, but I am clearly capable, so it's okay. I think it's gonna be in flux for a long. I don't really know. It's sort of one of those things like it's one of those things where I'm like in the stage of like, hey, so you got this like problem with your retina that was caused by COVID, but then hey, also we discovered that maybe you have glaucoma. So I'm like, wow, this is fun. Anyways, I'm capable of seeing, so I'm good. And Monty's great. He's doing super good. Started getting back into like the early morning jaunts, because I can't say, you know, the word, but the early morning jaunts, because it's not as like blisteringly cold anymore. He is very happy about that because nobody is around in the morning. Ooh, look at all these fins that we're making. Still that object right there. Now, I know some of you probably have noticed that I changed up my UI a little bit. I had everything kind of hanging out over here, which you can see like my arm, it goes across the screen. So I'm kind of trying to think, and I should have done this a long time ago. I've just like always put it off because I was so used to like reaching over my workspace, but it does make a lot more sense. Like kind of like, you know, you had your paints on your desk, you reach over to the right side, get some, what do they call it? Like feng shui going on here with like the actual tools. So I switched around a couple of things, anything to do with like, you know, the brush and paint. I've got all of my paint stuff. So the actual paintbrush is here, fill object, anything that will be a brush change. So base mask, AccuCurve. This is right next to the perspective. I have what type of camera that I would be switching between, like either the 35, 50, or 80. Pretty nice. And I've got my groups, my close hole, split hidden, thick skin. If I wanted that, I can actually just turn that on right here instead of going into the menus and stuff. Very nice. I just have to like get used to it again because I keep moving my UI around. In the last like 2 weeks, I've moved it so much, just trying to like find like a good kind of new space for everything. But I kind of like this, and I got all my like, you know, morph targets with the morph brush right there, so I can, it's all just kind of like little, these mini tool palettes that I'm thinking of. And I've got like all the extra brushes that I don't usually use all the time, but I use them like enough that I want them to be on the side there. You need thick skin. Oh dude, the older you get, the thinner it gets. What's snake hook most useful for? Just pulling constantly, and also creating like sharp pulls as well if you have AccuCurve on. So if I were to like, let's say I pull like this, I can just kind of keep going, and then you create like, ooh, I kind of like that, I might keep it. So you create like this artifacting. Now I need to put a disclaimer here. This is only good if you know how dynamesh works already, if you are comfortable with how it functions. Otherwise, you're going to get yourself into a lot of trouble when you're creating any kind of like asset or anything. This is again just for sketching, conceptualizing, going fast, enjoying the artifacts that are there as like sort of like, you know, if you take a pencil and you start scribbling things and you use those scribbles on the page to actually dictate that like implied detail. So it's not real detail. It's not like, you know, like what's the word? I'm not meaning, it's not like, you know, when you put scales on a snake specifically and you want them to be in a very specific order, or you put details on a mechanical thing, you're thinking about what does that detail look like. Instead, you're just sort of like implying shapes and details, right? So that's what I use these like artifacts for, because then again, if you were to like dynamesh something like this, if you're not comfortable with it, and sometimes it likes to freeze up too, so you can go really high, but you can see how that turns into like these artifacts. Look at that. Like these are some really interesting shapes and things like that right here that you can start using and sketching off of, right? This is very high though, so if you ever wanted to, you know, kind of sketch this way, save before you dynamesh something this crazy broken, okay? Dynamesh can handle it, it's very good at that. But sometimes there's this is where I tell you, like, if you're not comfortable with how it works, sometimes the non-manifold geometry can trip it up a little bit because it's a little too non-manifold. It's a little too unorthodox. So if it's a little too crazy, you know, just go back to a previous version that you saved and do a little inflate. If it's still, you know, giving you some issues, you could always just come down into the geometry tab, mesh integrity, and fix mesh as well. That runs through, you know, your whole model. You can actually check mesh first if you want to make sure, but I don't even bother. I just say fix mesh. And then it gets rid of a lot of the manifold stuff that's happening in here. But for this one, we don't need to worry about that, so we're going to undo. That would just pulled all the polypaint data over it because it was deleting a lot of like duplicate face or duplicate verts and stuff. Oh, hi, Ian. I was just complaining earlier that I was you. No. How are you? I saw that you were streaming right before me. I did not make it to that one. How did it go? Did you have a good one? What did you do? I did see that you were like, I was gonna drop by and then I just, you know how it is. All right. And then another thing that I was gonna say with Snakehook, because somebody had asked that too, another thing that I like to do is enable the AccuCurve. So if I have Snakehook on, you go into the brush and you click on curve right here, AccuCurve, right? This is amazing. You can use this with the move brush as well. It doesn't necessarily need to only be Snakehook, but I enjoy it with Snakehook because with Snakehook, you have so much freedom. So right here, this is without AccuCurve. You're taking a very general fall off. It is constant depending on what your focal shift is, right? So that dictates what the fall off of this pull is going to be. Whereas if you had the move brush right here, right, it doesn't keep going. It's very, there you go. That's it. That's you're nudging things essentially in the moving world. You're nudging things. And so if you're very like gentle and delicate about things that you do, you might prefer the move brush. However, if you're a little bit crazy, you know, you grab the Snakehook and then an even more fun thing that you can do is put that AccuCurve on. And now you've got things going out on a very point-based, like that's why it's called AccuCurve, right? So you can see it's grabbing sharp points now. Whereas you turn that off, not a sharp point. It is a constant fall off, right? So that's the difference. It went well. You made a chibi Deadpool. Oh, I'm gonna have to see that later. I bet it's cute. I bet it's cute. Also, if you all don't know and you're looking for a great ZBrush instructor, Ian is that. Ira Sculpts in chat. He had just done a stream right before this. He's an actual like hired by Maxon ZBrush instructor and very, very good at breaking things in the program down. So if I am a little bit too bouncy and all over the place and not explaining things kosher, then definitely go and check out his stream, send him some questions, get in his chat. He's very, very helpful. Yeah. Okay, let's see. It's harder for learning? Is ZBrush harder for learning? Then something like what? Like Blender? Yeah, well, I wouldn't, so it really, I don't think it's harder. So if you come from a 2D background or you're already an artist and you don't already have ingrained in you that sort of like box modeling, like that's how you have to like think about things, then you're gonna have more or less an easier time jumping in and starting to wrap your head around how to work with ZBrush. I find that, you know, if you can approach ZBrush as a sculpting software first and foremost, like put art first, you're gonna have a much better time with it than say if you were to hyper focus on the technicals, because the technicalities, that's the beautiful thing about this program, is that you can do all of that later, right? So you do all of like this crazy, like I'm saying right here, if I really wanted to, you can retopologize. I mean, you know, you want to like thicken it maybe a little bit or whatever, but you could retopologize this, bake it all down, and it would be viable, right? You could do that if you really wanted to. So you can be as crazy as you want, and ZBrush can handle it. I mean, like it's 2 million point sculpt because it's a 2.5D program, right? So it can actually do all of this. Whereas something like Blender, that's like real 3D. And so you might realize that if you tried to do this kind of like crazy push and pull, there's a limit there. And I know this because I've dabbled in all of them, and we're going to be obviously focusing on ZBrush here. But there's no reason to use multiple programs in combination with each other as well, right? All right. It's night right now. You have to go to uni. All right. Good night, Eagle. Thank you so much for stopping by. And the thing is too, something about Blender is it's not it doesn't follow the same, because it's sort of like it's in its own category, right? Like if you said like, is ZBrush harder to learn than Maya? Then that would be interesting, because there's a lot of other programs that work in a similar fashion in terms of 3D to Maya. But then when you jump into something like Blender, it's like hotkeys, right? And you know, if you don't use the hotkeys, it can be very cumbersome to go through the menus. But ZBrush is like extremely customizable. So you can see how I have all this stuff on the side here. If you have an issue with like anything UI and you're like, I hate going through all these menus or whatever, you can make your own. You literally can make your own. So in interface, right, you've got all of like these options. You can change the colors of everything. You know, you can change where the IMM viewer shows up, for example. So I have mine on the side here. So if I were to grab, let's say, let's do IMM human. Where's my human? There. So it actually shows up on the side here instead of at the top, because I like having like this big square. I like having this square here. So this being over here just feels more intuitive because I'm on the right side. I'm grabbing from my right-hand panel. So the same thing with like, you know, your light box. If you don't like it showing up here, you know, it can pop up at the bottom, right? You can change the sizes of stuff. You can change the button size. All of that stuff is all just kind of like ingrained into the user interface, which makes it a lot better. Like once you actually understand that, you spend like maybe a couple days just messing around, mucking around in the program, just not really like trying to make anything in particular, but just understanding like where everything is and how you can customize that for your own liking, then and for your own workflow too, right? Recommend doing it for whatever workflow works for you, because everybody's workflows are different. And especially in ZBrush, there's like 1,001 ways to do pretty much everything. So everybody's like interface for their work is very different from each other's. Right here, I think. Yeah, we're gonna. Oh, it's Masta, but the original one. Holy. What happened? That you have to be the original. Oh. Did not realize I had that. Let's cancel this one. Or accept it, doesn't matter. Back there. What's up? Hey, Andrew. Ian has a Deadpool outfit in his closet. I wouldn't doubt that. I wouldn't doubt that. I think he likes Deadpool. I get the inclination that he likes Deadpool. I have triangles artifacts on your polygons, or some reason you don't get. You have triangle artifacts on your polygons for some reason you don't get it. They're intersecting like something or something. Can you turn it off? If you have non-manifold geometry, you could try, so if things are like, you've got two, like, I'm not 100% sure what you're talking about right now. Hold on, let me just save this. Even though I haven't really done anything, but we're gonna get to it. I'll be quiet and I'll start sketching, but let me say one thing real quick. Okay, so if you have like really thin geometry, right, and then you dynamesh it together, it can start looking like this. But another thing is if you use something like clay buildup, right, on like a really thin piece like this, what's going to happen is the other side, it's going to go through, and then you're going to end up with stuff that's intersecting and things like that. So if you're working on your sculpts and you don't like that kind of stuff, you can go into the brush menu. Say this like every single stream. There's always somebody who doesn't know that there's a whole brush menu, and then in, where is it? Auto masking. There it is. And then you scroll down in auto masking, then there's backface mask right here. So I have that on my UI because I use it a lot. And then when you start to do this, it does not pull from the other side. So you're not going to get that same issue that you had before. You can start working on really thin pieces of geometry. But if you wanted to avoid this beforehand, grab your inflate, right? And then you give it one of those, like, just give it a little bit more, za, right? And then if that's still not working, if you do like an inflate and then you dynamesh and then it looks like Swiss cheese, like it's this all over your sculpt. Like I said before, go into your geometry, scroll all the way down to mesh integrity and fix mesh. Started, going back to it. Yeah, everybody's different, and I think, you know, it comes down to, 1, your instructors, 2, how much time you're putting into it, 3, are you approaching it with the right mental frame? That also makes sense, because different programs require a different way of thinking. Despite making no sense, half the teeth support. Oh, you guys are talking about, okay. Yeah, cheese is pretty great, can't lie. I'm gonna actually sketch now. I know I like talk, and then I don't. Try and get something kind of interesting going on here. Again, I'm not really like thinking of too much. This is sort of just going to be pretty abstract. We'll see what it ends up turning into, but we're kind of going to create like some crazy shapes, and then we're going to go from there. See if that can't turn into something a little interesting. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, Sonic the Hedgehog. That's the interesting thing, is it's Sonic the Hedgehog. Oops. So after you're done like applying a transform, or what do they call those? Except after you're done applying one of these transform type things, if you when you get out of it, you need to remember to enable symmetry, like turns off. So I'm going to, what I'm thinking as well is the center part's nice and round and soft, and then contrast that with the outside. We can start getting some sharps on the out. Might be kind of interesting. A terminid variant? What's up, comics? How you doing? Holy, why we got so many people today? Am I streaming to too many places? Oh, oh my goodness. Yo, we have so many people. Hi, everybody. We don't normally have this many people. That's crazy. So I'll just make a disclaimer that this is purely sketch, that if you wanted to use this for any of your projects afterwards, it would require significant cleanup. And that is not the intention here. It is to just enjoy the process of creating crazy shapes and seeing if that will go anywhere. Hi, Aski. Hi, Haim. You found a new contract or still free? Yep, just free in the wind. Enjoying my freedom. Can see a mantis dragon or else. See, that's the beautiful thing, right? That's the fun thing about doing like crazy stuff like this, is you start to see stuff. Sort of like cloud watching in a way. And I think that that's really fun, because then that's what really starts getting your imagination going. And I always say that the imagination is kind of a muscle, like it's something you need to train. And this is a really good way to train it and work what you already know, make those connections in your head. And initially it's gonna look, you're gonna make a lot of bad stuff. You know, in fact, half of the things that I make, more than half of them on these streams, I'm like, what am I doing? I know that there's still educational in like all that, but you know what I mean. And I think that that's actually just part of it. So you need to make a whole bunch of bad before you get to the good stuff. And that's part of concept as well, is just making a lot of bad, realizing what doesn't work. I think that's the thing about concept, is a lot of concept is just figuring out what doesn't work. Like, it's so rare that on the very first thing that you do, that turns out to be what is what everybody wants to go with, you know? Quick meeting. Oh my gosh, Mr. Important. yeah, looking at my work cries in retopology. I mean, just don't look at the sketches like you should retopologize them, because that's not the goal. Like if okay, so this is how this happens, right? if I'm doing something sketchy and that's actually requested, which is rare to do something sketchy like this, and just be that freeform about things. Usually there is some sort of a goal, some sort of like, you know, a director prompt, be it like a sketch even, or just, you know, you have like a character matrix to go off of, whatever, right? There's usually something to go off of that keeps you a little bit more in a box. But if you do start getting like really crazy like this, then there's always that knowledge that things need to be cleaned up later, right? That, you know, this would just be like a really fast thing just to get something, you know, out and be as like crazy as possible, and then you reel it in afterwards into the realm of possibilities. And sometimes, you know, people like working that way, like directors like working that way better because it feels more like they have better input on what is being creative, like, you know, feels a little bit more hands-on. But sometimes they literally know what the heck they want. That's, you know? Yeah, I'm gonna grab this area right here, push this down. Again, you know, I don't recommend working like this if you don't understand how dynamesh works. So familiarize yourself with dynamesh and the craziness about it. Might take you a little over a week of trying some crazy things. And then once you do, you can start like sketching all kinds of weird stuff and dynameshing it as you'd like. And you know, if you don't care for working this way as well, there's also Sculptris Pro. So I'll show you that as well. Do that on this one though. So if you enable Sculptris Pro, which is this little button up at the top here, I remapped mine to A just because it's easier. I don't know, it might be one of the keys that I had before. I like having it on the A key though, because it's right near my other hotkeys. And then you start pulling something. Oops. With say okay. Turn off backface masking. Start pulling something, there we go, then it actually creates topology as you pull, right? So you can continuously do stuff. You don't have to dynamesh. The one thing about this though is you're going to start losing details. You know, when things can get a little bit too heavy and you can start to lose details, so it's not great for high fidelity stuff if you want to get like really like, you know, small intricate details, but big shapes and things like that, if you don't want to keep dynameshing things, you can literally just, you know, keep sculpting and it just kind of keeps adding and you can do whatever the heck you want. But as you can see, because I have adaptive on with my brush, the smaller I make my brush, the more topology is being thrown onto this thing, right? So if I made my brush really small and I wanted to get details in, look at the poly count up here, right? You can see how that starts to skyrocket pretty fast. So you just have to be really careful. And also, as you can see, it's not like ideal for that unless like you have like a uniform mesh, like all of the topology on that mesh is more or less the same size. You're gonna get some like weirdness anyways if you wanted to have some big polygons in one area and then a whole bunch of tiny ones. So it's not super great for details and things like that. I would say that this is a great way to block. And then if you take a big brush too and you go over top, it will erase, you know, it'll erase the details that you did put there. So that's the difference between the Dynamesh workflow and then using the Sculptris Pro. So I personally, I like to just Dynamesh things because it's just like a one button. But you have to know how it works, right? Because if you don't know how it works, then you're gonna Give yourself a little bit of a heart attack every time ZBrush starts to freeze up. Happy accidents are the best accidents. Not every accident is happy, though. Yeah, I am. I'm standing. I have a standing desk. I enjoy like streaming while I'm standing and working. It helps me concentrate on what I'm doing and talking about. Like multitasking is easier if I'm standing. But then I get tired and then I'll lower it, but like this big ol' like kind of organic nasty happening here. I think I can get that pulled back a little bit more. I'll start figuring out exactly what this is in a minute, but I'm enjoying just kind of making these big abstract shapes, you know what I mean? I'm gonna give this a polygroup as well. Just block that out. Like that. And then I'll grab the mask lasso, clean up my mistakes. Wish it were that easy in real life. Right, and then, so you can see all of this. Here, I'll turn off the polyframe. So you can see all of it is one color. Oh, well, no, it's not all one color, but most of it is one color. The different colors represent groups, right? So if I go Control W, that's the hotkey to make this its own specific group. Why do you want to do that? Well, if you go Control Shift and then click on that, you can isolate, select it. Control and then click off of the screen, you can give it a mask, right? Then Control Shift and click off of the screen again brings back everything else. And so now you have that thing isolated as a mask. So anytime that you want like a selection group, this is the closest to that ZBrush has. Like, you know, you don't have selection groups like you do in like Maya or whatever, where you can just like recall the same berts. But this is essentially like the word, it's the same thing, but you do it you think differently, right? So that's that. But let's clean up these polygroups up here. So if I do Control Shift and then click, and then isolate those, and then I can actually, you know what? Another thing, we can just Control Shift click on this, and then we'll just click it again, and then right here, I'm actually going to grab these, the mask brush, and then I'll bring everything back. I'll isolate this, I'll mask it, close it again. Oh, that didn't work. Bring this. Okay, we'll do it like that, just because there's too much going on there. And then to fix that polygroup, Control W. Voila, that is the same polygroup now. All right, so then that makes that easy to isolate, and it's all nasty inside. Yes, yes, delicious, delicious crunchies. And we can start getting in here and doing some interesting stuff as well. I'll give this like a little bit of like a lip, and then I'll dynamesh again in a bit. Okay, we can use this ZBrush, which if you don't have the ZBrush, it's free. Pablo created it based on the workflow of Geo himself. And it is pretty cool, but if you don't want to go and download it from his website, which, you know, I would if I were you, which is ZBrushguides.com. But if you don't, another thing that you could do and just play around with is the Damien Standard. It's not as like nice and robust as that ZBrush, but what you can do is just increase the brush size by a whole bunch, increase the focal shift so it's kind of like a little bit of a point, and then decrease the Z intensity. And what this is going to do is it's going to give that same sort of effect of that pillowing. So it's not like a full Damien Standard. I can give you a better representation of that here. Control D, Control D, Control D. And you can see the pillowing, right? You can increase the Z intensity a little bit too. And it has like a little bit of like that dot, 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 dot. So if you want, you can go into your stroke menu, and then you can, not the lazy step, but the roll. And you can turn, actually, that's actually another thing too, is you can play around with your brushes to get like dimpling and like pores and things like that. It's a roll can do a lot of things for you. And another thing too, Control, hold down over top of something that you're working on will give you a pop-up menu, and it will tell you what that specific thing is. So roll distance, for example, it'll show you what that does. You know, you go over anything and it will show you what those things do. So learning ZBrush is a little bit easier. Yeah, there's a couple of things. They're very niche menu items though that don't have the tooltips. Most things have the tooltip. So if we try this at like a lower roll, no. Is it higher roll? I can't remember. I can't remember. Anyways, yeah, you can play around with those settings to get it lower. Was it actually lazy step? Was that? Yeah, there you go. Okay, my bad. So if you wanted to make that smoother, go into lazy mouse. Lazy mouse is already enabled for Damien Standard on 2024, and then you can just kind of lower that to like a 0.02 or something like that. And it'll give you that smooth line, smooth pillowing effect as well. That is very reminiscent of the ZBrush as well, but the ZBrush just feels, it just is very responsive. It's a nice brush. I would recommend trying it out. Okay, back to this amalgamation. Hey, Cam. All this time it shows you were standing. Not every single time, but if you've seen me at like this specific angle, then yes, I've been standing. I've been standing. Oh, they absolutely use ZBrush in the Godzilla movies. Like all of them. For sure. If you want to know who worked on a lot of the Godzillas too, Jared, on Twitter. Do you follow him? If not, I can show you his Insta or his Twitter account. I'm not sure. My desk is just really hot. What do you mean? Rude. Okay, I'll go find Jared's here. Monster Mash. Here you go. That is the Godzilla man. All right, I think, yeah, I'm gonna give this, I'm gonna give it a cube. Like, what if? Like, what if it just has like these long, creepy, dangling leg appendage like arm? I mean, that's what appendage. Thank you. Good job. Wow, good job, me. I'm very smart. Okay. Bend arc. Have some fun. Maybe this can. I mean, with a cube with this low resolution, you're not going to really get much. So I don't know what to do. Let's give it a quick dynamesh, give it some crazies, and then we, ooh, hello, dynamic. Oh, another thing too. So if you're working on something and your dynamic brush, right? Like, let's say, I tried to show this the last stream and then I forgot. There is a slider. Now, where it is in draw. Preferences draw. So I put this actually here, the dynamic brush scale. So if I had grabbed like this entire thing, right? And sometimes you might find that your thing is just too, it's too big in your scene or whatever, and your brush is it's acting up. So if I, you know what, maybe I'll do it with a sphere. Maybe it'll be better with a sphere. What is this? Like really big. It's real freaking big. Almost said something bad. Actually, my dynamic is working really good right now, but sometimes the scale is all over the place. So what you can do is actually use this and it multiplies that for you. So you say like dynamic brush scale 1, and then it'll be a certain, like it will multiply that only by 1. But if you do it, like you can multiply it by however much. In here, put a very specific value. If you want, or 10 times that amount. Then your dynamic brush will update for that as well. Just so you're aware of that dynamic brush change. I think also it has to do with the scale in your ZBrush document as well, or ZBrush scene. Okay, what are we doing? Right, I wanted to make some weird leggy things. There we go. Like, can you use 0.1 to make it teeny tiny? I actually, hold on, let's see. I'm not sure if this is working right now. It was working for me earlier. Yeah, see, look, you can. So it's really quite small, but it's still, it'll grow. So it wasn't doing that before. It was fine before, but yeah. Okay, so that's a dynamic on. Let me just see. Yeah, it's working. So you can see how that's changing my brush size now, right? It's the dynamic, it's like the dynamic scale in your scene. So this works specifically if you have like a really massive object. It will help you with your, if you wanted to, if you had dynamic brush on. I didn't have dynamic brush on, that's why it was being stupid for me. So increase that, then my brush is massive. Decrease it though, and then my dynamic maximum, it actually goes lower, right? So this is my dynamic maximum here. And if you wanted it larger, then you can just change that. And now your dynamic maximum is bigger. So that is in draw dynamic brush scale. So draw, I always forget where it is. So holding control, you can find it again, draw, and then dynamic, where it's in here somewhere. It's in here somewhere. Preferences. I skipped a step. There it is. Draw and then dynamic brush scale is right there. Right here. So you can always drag that onto your UI as well. Yeah, if you want to know where, yeah, I know. I'll get to actually like sculpting it. I do want to like answer the questions and stuff. But if you want to know about your scale, right, then down in, not here, where are you at? Not, there is a scale thing, and I'm just like blanking right now. I use it quite a bit, and I can't remember where it is right now. Ah, it's somewhere in there. There's an actual like scale thing. All right, okay, let's sculpt, and it'll show you too. Like it'll show you in units, but essentially like, actually, I think there was a YouTube video about ZBrush scale that by Outgang that was very in depth. Hold on. ZBrush scale Outgang. Here we go. All your scale stuff. There you go. All your scale stuff. Enjoy it. 40 minutes of scale. 40 minutes of scale. You'll never have to worry about scale ever again. Yeah, there is also Scale Master. That is true. There is also the Scale Master right here that can show you, like, you know, what your scene scale is as well. Hi, Ivan. Yeah, sometimes it can be weird. What I used to do is just like grab the entire thing and just scale it because I didn't really care. But if you're like bringing it in from like another, like something that's already rigged, for example, then yeah, you definitely don't want to do that. Pew, pew, pew. I'm gonna lower this dynamesh resolution. So high. 64. There we go. Wow. Yeah, Outgang's great. Let's. What if I take this, right? Right? And then I duplicate it. And I delete that thing. Where did I put this? I said delete hidden is over here now. Yes. And then I can grab my lasso. I should put that on my UI. Okay, delete hidden. Wow. What even is this? Which one is it? I don't want this to be. Let's put that into the center, so it's not. It's not. What is the word? I can bring that down. So you're looking for some fun shapes. Shapes. And I'll attach that there, that there. These guys. In. Okay. What to do here? Let's see. To your sculpt now, and you can make your model look exactly the same. You can't make the model look exactly the same as your concept. So, okay, well, sometimes you can't because the concept that you're using might be cheating some things that don't exactly work in 3D, but that's where you should come in and use your imagination and your skills to fill in the gaps. But if it's still like you're having other problems, there is a little thing up here. There's a little thing up here called see-through. Now you can't see what's happening on my screen, but essentially it will make the entire program have an it's like an opacity slider for the whole program. So what you can do is put an image behind that and use see-through to match it up so you can see where you're going wrong. Another thing too that you can do to bring your references in is in the texture menu. You can just take one of these and you say add to spotlight, and you can put your image very close to wherever you're working on, and you can actually see what you're doing a little bit more clearly. If you do that, go into samples and turn off spotlight projection so that you can actually sculpt on your mesh. Yeah, so yeah. 32 is like you can do a lot with 32. I have 64. Some people I know have 128, but I've been smooth sailing with 64 gigs of RAM. My CPU is a Ryzen 9 3900 series. It's not a new one by any means. Like that. No. I'm gonna mirror this on the y-axis. No, on the z-axis. And I'm gonna turn that. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm gonna turn that around, and I'm gonna use it like this. I think I'll make it smaller. Mirror and weld. Oh. We have symmetry on? No, we do not. Always check if your symmetry is on. If not, mirror and weld will be your friend. Okay. Wondering, actually, let's do IMM. Let's grab some primitives and get just like one of these guys right here, that there. Put that off. And grab that sphere in there. 8,000 for this one, that's fine. Do this, copy it, you go Control and drag with the gizmo. Control, drag with the gizmo. Control, drag with the gizmo. Making some weird stuff. Okay, we will do an auto group on that and mirror and weld it. Mirror, mirror and weld. There we go. Is that a Weavern? I don't think so. Not sure yet. Okay, I'm gonna grab, yeah, the mask lasso. So if you want to get things out of your way, mask lasso it out. Control, Shift, and Alt. I'm gonna grab this and give it a little bit more, I don't like it being so flat. Is that a huge mosquito? I don't know, maybe. Maybe it is. Oh shoot, did I? Yeah, I did. Okay. I'm gonna split this. Split masked. There we go. I can, oops, delete control this specific part. Okay, I'm not feeling that. I'm gonna turn that off. I'm not feeling this thing either. Turn that off. More for, oh yeah. No, I feel you. I really need a new rig for the render stuff that I've been trying to do. I've just been just like that, making that specific noise. Grab this. What's this Pokemon called? I don't know, give it a name. Give it a name. Oh, I see why it's giving me that crazy view count. So right now it says that there's like 500 people watching. I was like, there's no way 500 people are watching. And that's because it's doing concurrent, like stacked. That makes more sense. I was so confused. There's no way. All right, locking in. We're gonna go down. Told you I was standing. All right. Yeah, Monty's like, noises. I am disturbed. Why are you disturbed? All right, I'm gonna save this real quick because I'm about to do a real gnarly dynamesh. Don't you know I'm already on Mars? Elon Musk could never. I beat him. Is it gonna dynamesh? Is it gonna do it? It's gonna do it. It's just gonna take a little bit of time. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. No, I mean, okay, maybe this is just like a Lego desk. Maybe this is just a Lego desk. You know what? You're right. I'm wrong. Okay, I was probably dynameshing this way too high res. Swoop hat. Dude, I love swoop hats. All right, this is taking too long. I'm going to restart. That's what I mean. You always gotta check your dynamesh beforehand. Whee! Big ol' white screen. Load up. Ugh. Ugh. Get on my face. Alright, we're gonna lower that dynamesh. Maybe, let's see, let's work low and then go up. I just realized, I think I know why. Because I separated that back piece. That's why. So it's got a lot of like weird stuff to work out there. We saw it, beautiful red flags. No. I'm gonna have to restart it again. Oh, I wasn't thinking. Give it a second. Moon landing the other day, I guess the... Wait, what? Watch the moon... What? What deniers? Okay, I'm gonna close this. 2 times in a row! Alright. 3rd time's the charm. Let's open her back up. No! Ugly. Okay, I know why. So, it's this. It's this right here. Die! And before I do that, because it can handle this, surprisingly. I know you guys are probably like, oh, I think it's actually this. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. You would be surprised. It can handle that just fine. It can't handle floating geometry, though. So if you fix the mesh real quick. Oh, mesh is partially hidden. I didn't delete it. Delete hidden. What the heck? Delete hidden. Fixed. My whole life is fixed. Fill object. Alright. Now, I'm gonna do a save. If this crashes one more time, I'm just gonna say screw it. I'm gonna work over top of it. Oh, you're talking about the moon? Okay, sorry. No, I thought you were talking about something else. It's like, what? Who's denying moon? The moon exists? Is that still a thing? course it's still a thing. People deny everything. Okay. All right. So now it's just this right in here. And if we really, really want to make sure that that goes through, watch. IMM, you're really having some issues with something. Because all of this is closed anyways. It evaluates the outside, right? There we go. Save. Now, we're gonna work low, we're gonna go up. Dynamesh, closing holes. Oh no, it wasn't that. After I did a whole speech, a whole spiel, I was like, I knew what it was. Only do this if you know how dynamesh works. Learn from me. Oh man. We can literally just give it, we can just wait here a second. I might have gone a little bit too crazy on the top part right there. It's got to get rid of like a lot of non-manifold. That's what's going on right now. Or a lot of the, sorry, why did I say that? It has to get a lot of, yeah, whatever. Any questions in the meantime? Or we have another crash sesh? Because it's still thinking, it's still going right now. Is it okay to have 2 million active points? Yeah, of course it is. The reason why this is taking so long though is because there's actually a lot of stuff kind of over top of itself. So it did work. It is feasible, but we can see back here is that's the problem. This is the problem child right here. So, all right, let's see. Yeah. All right. I'm just gonna fill in this whole back piece. If you go a little too crazy, you can always fix. You can always fix. All right. Save. Yes, of course. Yeah, I already fixed the mesh. It's right here. So this is sometimes if you have too much, and also another thing too is it might not be 100. Yeah, it was not 100% symmetrical. That was another thing. All right. So now we should be golden. So this is going to take a little minute as well. We're going to put this down to 64 and we're going to dynamesh. All right. It's pure though. It's gorgeous, and you can, as I'm proving, work with it if you really want to. Hey Buffalo, what's up? Yeah, it's not uncommon. So like if you have 2 million points, you know, active in your ZBrush scene, it's not, that's not uncommon. In fact, it's more common for a lot of like studio based like models for production to have even more, depending on like, you know, if you're doing something like hyper realistic, you're going to go up to like sometimes like 90 million. I think the highest I've ever worked with was something around 120 million polys for all the different subtools and stuff. So that works. It's too low res though. We're gonna stick with it. 128. All right, wait with me. If I upgrade my computer, then I could do any of this I wanted to. A couple are hidden? I don't think so. I've never requested any of them to be hidden. And Reaper, I'm not going to be talking about that stuff on the ZBrush stream because we're talking about ZBrush and we're doing ZBrush here. So Chilling? Nice. Me too. I'm waiting for this bar to go across the screen. Just chilling. Yeah, would be nice. But also money. Alright, there we go. See? See? You can't hate me because I fixed it. I don't know. I don't know about this. I'm wondering, like, should I make this kind of like humanoid? Like, have human parts in it? Like, what if I do that? What if down here, right? What if these are just feet? What if I just put feet there? What if I just... What if I just... You know, like, what if I just kind of... What if I... Can I just... what if we just kind of, like... You know... Oh my god. Give it heels. Like, what if I... what if I just, like... Can I just... Can we just... Can I... Can... It's working. Have I done collectibles and figurines before? I've done like some smaller things, but not like, no, I can't say that I have done like anything like. I did one thing for somebody on Instagram one time. It was like a commission. I know, gorgeous, right? Hunty. Anyways, I didn't like that, so I'm hiding it. I'm trying to figure out like what I want to do with these shapes. I enjoy the shapes, but I'm like, what kind of a what even is, you know? What are we going for here? Start working on this. Maybe I can figure it out with this. I kind of do want to implement like human into this, right? Like maybe. Use the frill as a blind lure to getting close. Yeah. It could be kind of like, or maybe, yeah, it would definitely be like predator, but like maybe this is like an air sac, right? So it's buoyant in like a planet that has a very dense atmosphere, and it kind of treats like the dense air on whatever planet this is as like almost like water. So if you have like this big air sac in here, you can float, and maybe these are sort of the equivalent of biological solar sails. We could do something like that, right? So I could do some like we can increase this size here maybe, and we can start putting in some like patterns and stuff. That might be kind of interesting to have like a like extraterrestrial sort of like flying sort of predator type thing that doesn't like fly, like it kind of like glides around everywhere, but then depending on how much air is inside of this, the same way that some fish used their like to gauge their buoyancy in the water. Is it fish, or is it like a whale species that does that? Anyways, there's something in the water that takes in water to change the buoyancy and how deep they're going to be going. So you could do that with like the air as well. I don't see why not. Yeah, like a sail, right? Like sort of like a soul, like like almost like using that as like a propellant. And then this would be so like this sack, right? If we're thinking about it, right? You fill it. It would be the up and down, and then these would help be like, I guess that's what you call the pitch. Maybe? But then how would it go fast? I guess like a squid. So maybe we can, let's give it jets. We can make it a jet. Who wants to make it a jet? Want to give it, it farts. It propels with farts. Yeah, I like it. Heck yeah. Maybe it's like air krill as well, right? Like maybe this is just, maybe we make this really big, so it's just sort of like a constant like tunnel of an input and then an output, and it kind of like stays in this main area. It eats too much, it'll fall to the ground. The rocket worms? What are you talking about? What movie is that from? What movie has the rocket worms? That sounds amazing. Rocket worms. Sorry if I'm humming to myself. Sorry, I keep catching myself doing that. I'm listening to my own playlist right now. I don't have it on stream because of copyright, and I got really tired of the Pretzel Rocks like copyright free stuff because they kind of put everything else behind a paywall, and you know, I'm paying for enough subscriptions as is. I'm sure you all have like your own music to listen to anyways. I usually do that on streams. Like I'll join somebody's stream, play the to like a certain volume, and then I'll put my own music on. Wait, Tremors? They fly with their fart gas? Dude, I feel like I'm not old enough. Hold on. Tremors. I feel like I've heard of that. I know that it's a thing. I just never. Oh, right! Trevors! Wait, they fly with their fart gas? I think I saw this when I was really young, and then I really liked worms for a little bit, and then I forgot about it. Wait. Yeah, that is a cool worm. I love the practical worm. Look at that, like, I love the, like, drool and stuff, too. It's so good. I wonder, how did they do the practical drool? Like, what? I love that worm. Wait, so they fly? This thing flies? How does does a tremor fly? The mutated versions fart for flying? I don't remember. Why don't I remember what? Like, I do remember this. I remember it vividly, some of these scenes. But I don't remember them flying. Oh, there it is. I see a picture of it. Okay. Yes! Oh my god, I'm so happy. That's amazing. I need to watch that. Tremors 3, okay. I have to watch that. I have to refresh. Flying fart worms. That is my genre. I love flying fart worms. I love 90s trash movies too. Oh my gosh, I need to watch more of them. They're just serotonin, instant serotonin. You don't get like trash movies like that. You know what my favorite trash movie is? It's not from the 90s, I think it was from the 2000s, is Eight-Legged Freaks. I love Eight-Legged Freaks. What a great movie. I think I've said this before. Sorry for repeating. You're an arachnophobe? Okay, fair. That's fair. What am I? That is a great question. We're just going like really like wacky wild today. No idea. I'm thinking that it's some sort of like other planet, sort of alien that would fly. I'm just kind of like trying to think though, how would this work? I'm not a huge fan of these either. It looks like one of those like wigs that like white dudes in America would wear. What were they called? The wigs? Or like old Britain? Yeah, I'm not a fan of all of that. Let me go back. Boop, 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 boop. Graboids and okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try and remember to watch that. Kind of seems amazing. Hmm. I think I'm gonna separate. Let's do. I'm not a fan of that thing on its head. In order to change that, I'm going to separate some of these parts. Actually, I think I can work with it, actually. Okay, sorry. Why are we talking about AI right now? Yeah, the colonial. That's what it was. That's what it was. Yeah, for sure. the bench wig because he seemed more professional, so all judges had to wear them, and then it moved to men of status too. See, I don't know the history behind those wacky wigs. I just know that they freak me out. They look so goofy. I think okay, so you're talking about like the future of AI tools inside of ZBrush, and for me, like, I mean, okay, so it would not help me as an artist. If you're talking about generative AI, it would not in any way help me as an artist. There is nothing that I have seen that is to help me as an artist. I think people who are excited about generative AI are, you know, people who don't want to hire as many artists. Or, like, because the thing is, like, there's not a lot of control with generative AI. And when it comes to ideas, if you're letting a machine do all of the ideation for you, you, like I said at the very beginning of this stream, you're not working that muscle for yourself, and you're going to get a very homogenized result. You know, if you want to improve at your art, the best way to do that is to not be using another tool to automate the actual art process for you. Even if you say like, oh, well, I'm just gonna clean it up afterwards, like, you know, it's just there for the initial and then I go in and I do my thing to it, you're still like, the sketch is a big part in that in that part of the creativity process that determines so much of what it is later, that you're missing out on a lot if you kind of just go with whatever soup the AI is going to give you. Not to mention that it's got a very specific look, and that's because it's trained off of real people. And now, you know, there's like places like, you know, the like Midjourney, for example, is literally allowing you to use artist prompts, like artist names in your prompt. You get like their style, which is insane. Like, that's insane. And like, yeah, there's gonna be people who are gonna like argue semantics and legalese and all of that kind of stuff, and I have no interest in doing that, because at the end of the day, like, it is theft in a way, and it's not like, it doesn't matter if it's recognized by law yet or whatever. It genuinely, it's like, you know, you're going into somebody's house, taking their stuff, and then you're like, okay, this was mine all along actually, and I can sell it, and I can just like rebrand it or whatever. It's like, no, you came into my house. Like, I'm not really explaining this super well because I'm also trying to like sculpt at the same time, but it is I'm sure you guys have heard the argument over and over and over and over and over and over again online. And if you haven't, or you're gonna say like, you know, that I'm wrong for that, I don't really know what kind of a bubble you're in. No. Like, I'm just like really tired of hearing AI this, AI that. Like, at the end of the day, it really just comes down to whatever the heck investors are excited about. You just hear a ton of it. You just hear it everywhere. Like, if somebody can make money off of like whatever it is, you're gonna hear it everywhere. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily viable, especially for not in every situation that they're claiming it to be. I mean, go ahead and look at NFTs, for example, right? In some situations they might have actually been fine, but it's just like they, you know, people were like, I can make money off of this, and then it became like apple cider vinegar for everything, you know? When I say apple cider vinegar, it's like, oh, that can cure everything. Like, if you're ailed, have some apple cider vinegar, you know? It's like, okay. Feels like that, you know, there's a lot of technologies that are like shoehorned into places that they don't really belong, and then it's just a lot of sales pitches. And then when the investors get tired, then you see less of it, you know. It's all very fickle. So I don't know how long the AI stuff is gonna last, and then something else is gonna pop up, like, oh, quantum computing or some like whatever. Mayonnaise was an instrument? If mayonnaise was an instrument. When was mayonnaise an instrument? What are you talking about? Robots are gonna save the food industry for sure. For sure. Yeah, totally. Did you hear about like the, I don't know, I'd have to like go and look at this. I only looked briefly, but apparently Walmart wants to do something to do with like introducing a subscription service for people who want to do self-checkout. And I'm like, that's like, I guess some people will say, oh great, then they're going to employ more like people to handle the rush of people, or alternatively they won't, they'll hire less, and then you're going to be like funneled into paying extra just to go to Walmart, as if it's like Costco or something. It's just kind of like the same everywhere. I feel like everybody's just trying to have like less workers. All right, I keep noodling around right there. I think this is not. There we go. I think I'm gonna pull this entire thing sideways from right here. Whoa. It needs a little bit more. It's very flat, which is fine, but I think we need to have that come a little bit more forward. And then this guy, where's this one attached to? Right here. We will merge that down. Merge it down. And then this dynamic scale, put it to 2, so it's 2 times the size. We'll give this a mask. This masterpiece. Not really sure right now. You can help name it if you would enjoy doing that. You feel free. Yeah, I like the idea of this actually up here being jointed. So it'll be a sail and jointed at the same time. Kind of like, oh, I think I'm thinking a little bit kind of like flying squirrel. All right. Okay, where is the AccuCurve? So this, like, it rests on top. Do that. And this will be pulled out. Looks like a whole bunch of things. I know. We'll hone in. We'll hone in. We're gonna hone in. Just takes a little bit of time when you work like this. So if that were to be jointed though, could it like hinge up and down, or how would this move? Move a little bit side to side. Let me just see here. Articulation. Yeah. Then in order to do that, maybe the entire thing from right here. Which would actually pull like that back part of the sail down. So maybe if that happened, then we would get something more like that. Hi, Layla. How are you doing? How's it going? Oh, also, if you don't know Layla, and you like stylized sculpts, stylized as in, I mean, everything is stylized, but stylized as in what you would probably know as like the umbrella of stylized. She's a great, fantastic, wonderful person who is also an incredible artist and very, very good at explaining things as she goes as well. So definitely check out her streams and her work, and she's super cool. So you should do that just because she's cool. I couldn't stay in your last stream that long, but I really liked what you were doing. It was very, very, very clean. trying to figure out like what I should do here. If I should even, I don't even think I should put eyes like this. Like I think maybe this thing should be like more intakes. And I should like I should put like eyes. I don't know. We'll put like more like sensors, I think. Spaceman goggles? No. Wondering maybe like I like the idea of maybe making it more arachnid in the sense that like there would be eyes in multiple locations on the top here, especially if it's in the air, right? It needs to see kind of as a gliding thing all over the place. Transitioning to the game industry. Heck yeah, man! I wish you the best of luck. I would love to work in games as well, but then I need to actually put like a real-time mesh or something in my portfolio just to say, hey, look, I can do this. But I'm also like, ah, but concept though. I find they're very hesitant to cross hire. You don't have that. What was I doing? If you don't have that those examples in your portfolio. Okay, so what if then this, where is it? Fiber. Hi J-Zone, how's it going? Oh, 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 what am I doing? Ah! Stop, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. Oh my gosh. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is going on? Oh my gosh, it's because my freaking spacebar. I was like, what is happening? My spacebar was stuck. Ah! I was like having a stroke or something. Frig, man. What is this creature? Not 100% sure, but I'm thinking that this thing is wait, slow it again. So this would sort of been like an air sac, right? It has like eye things. These are sort of like intake valves, and it uses this big thing right here as sort of like a sail, and it's also like a predator or whatever. So it just kind of like sits around in the air, floating, and it farts to propel itself. That's where we got. That's where we're at. That's where we are. That's where we're doing. Yep. Right, so what was I doing? I wanted to do a preview. Okay. Length. And no twist. No gravity. Coverage. More. Less. Less. There's some back there. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm having a time right now. Stop it. Stop it. Get some help. Why does that keep switching to the move tool? Why is it doing that? That is a bug. That is a bug. That is a bug. That should not. That's a bug. That's a bug. That's a. I'm not having a stroke. The program's having a stroke. It shouldn't be going to the move tool. What? Draw, control, move tool. Okay, I think I'm gonna restart ZBrush. I'm just gonna restart ZBrush. I think there's something happened. You had that as well? What is that? What is that? Why does it? Okay, I'm restarting. I'm restarting. No, thank you. No. Oh well, I already restart. But if it happens again, then I'll try to reset the smooth brush again. What the heck? Most of the time, I think it's me, right? And it turns out 2022, if it's a bug, I guess you'll never see it fixed in your own machine. Okay, so it was there in 2022. Well, maybe it's a feature. I'll like ask about it and they're gonna like yell at me. Like, what is wrong with you? Why didn't you know this feature? This very cool feature. It happens almost every time to you. My smooth brush was the default one, no? Did I like in my extremely messed up like spacebar bit hit a different smooth brush? Oh, my nose is so itchy. Okay, what was I doing before? Oh my gosh. Fiber mesh. Right. No more move brush, okay. Let's do this as like smooth right here. Preview. Whee! A little bit of twist. sometimes somehow accidentally assign a move brush to act as a smooth brush. Oh, for real? Okay, it probably happened then while my spacebar was going absolutely ape. That's probably what happened. Good to know, though. I will remember that because that is the first time I've ever had that happen. So. Density variations. And then we can lower these. I think up here needs a little bit more. Preview. Get a little bit more here. Sort of like an intake, I'm thinking. I'm just gonna accept this, keep it like that. And I'm gonna start doing some other things here to help sell that. So first of all, this one, these guys, give it sort of one of these. Just do a mRGB fill. Go back. That'll help. And then this. It does look like eyes right now. I don't know. Step back. But I don't mind. I don't mind that though. That's the thing. It's like I don't mind that. I'm just gonna edit a couple of things so it does make sense. Okay, and then this I think might help a lot if we push all of this to the side a little bit more. Take this. Oops. That. What's up, Lester? You had to clean your keyboard because the keys were sticking? Oh yeah, fair. Hey, Donald! Oh no. Oh no, what is going on? Mm-hmm. Real quick. Bling! So I don't explode. Do one of these guys. No? Oh, because it's got a part hidden. Gotcha. Okay. Nope. That in center. Don't want symmetry. Then dark. What am I trying to do here? No. Where? Like it should. Ah, so it's going that way. Gotcha, gotcha. We have a, yeah, okay. Okay. Pull this to the side. Nah. could make this like just like a straight up circle too. Wondering. All right, get out of there. Yeah, I'm not a fan, you know? I'm actually not a fan of whatever is going on up here. I'm gonna get rid of these. Delete that as well. I think I have changed my mind with how these look. Don't like them being circles like that. I don't know if I really care for them just being there at all. Could be interesting. I'm gonna have to like split all of this stuff a little bit better. Yo, what's up, Gerald? I think maybe if I cut this, we can get something a little bit better. Okay. I'm gonna bring that in slightly, I think. Or out. Let's play around with it. Let's try something a little bit more like that. And then the catcher. That here could be. Okay. We'll give that some thickness. Let's get some AccuCurve going here so that it feels less goopy. Goopy loopy. Goopy goopity. What time is it? 8:16. You all have any questions as I'm going, please feel free to ask. I also, if you're interested in any of my socials, if you're going to bounce at any point and you want to catch any future streams, I'm just going to throw this in the chat right now. There's all my socials, including like my work is all in there and stuff. Or if you don't see it, this link right here, acubed.art/links, that will take you to all my stuff. Okay. What's I doing? Right, here. if we're gonna do these sorts of eyes, the actual like housing can't be too what's the word? Like it shouldn't interfere too much. It should be able to stick out more. Should be flatter. I don't want this to have so much like expression. I just kind of want it to, which honestly sometimes for me can be a little bit like crazy, especially if I'm coming off of like work where I'm doing something with a lot more expression, where I'm doing something like, you know, cartoonish or whatever. Kind of like this being like, okay, let me just save real quick. We might crash if I do this with this one. Here, let me try. 64 resolution, dynamesh. Might be a little bit crazy because of I didn't dynamesh that thing yet. People with TikTok-induced phobias will hate this one. Wait, TikTok-induced phobias? What are you talking about? I'm like, I don't go on TikTok. Are there like weird videos circulating telling people to be scared of like random things? What do I think about the current state of the game industry? Well, first of all, I'm not in the game industry. I know many people, many of my friends are, so adjacent. I'm in the film and TV industry. But from what I see, the layoffs suck. And it's kind of sucky right now, but I think that things are going to turn around. I'm hoping they're going to turn around. There's like there's a multitude of factors at play right now affecting like the reason why layoffs are happening. Like it's you know, it feels easy to just like point at one thing like, oh, it's AI or something, but it's not like that. I mean, the economy isn't actually doing as great as like everyone says it is. You know, like when you hear like a post saying that the economy is doing great, it's usually the economy is doing great for people of a certain class or investors who are investing in like the overinflated tech boom, for example. But for everybody else, you know, we can clearly see inflation and all that, like, you know, pretty much everywhere in the world, right? So there was like also you know, during the lockdowns and work from home with COVID, which is, you know, COVID's still a thing, we're just not locking down anymore. But when that happened, a lot of hiring happened as well. So a lot of companies kind of just went absolutely crazy with like hiring people. And then, you know, we're at this point where kind of everything that happened during the what you want to call it, like unintuitively, but the COVID boom is sort of, these are the repercussions, and we're kind of just gonna be dealing with that for a while. I think a lot of bad decisions that happened, bad investments that happened, and the people who pay for it are workers, right? So that's super fun. But you know, it's not gonna be, I don't think it's gonna be like that the entire time. I think it's like an adjustment period for a lot of people. There's like there's a lot of questions going around now too about like, oh, what do you prefer? Like if you've been on LinkedIn at all, you can see people are still asking, do you want to, like, would you prefer work from home or office full time or hybrid? There's polls like that constantly, and it's like, you know, it's hard. It's hard for a lot of studios to be making this adjustment. Like they're trying to demand people go back, and you know that's helping them, you know, quiet layoff people because you know people during COVID lockdowns moved out of the city, right? Or they hired people remote, and so it's like these people aren't gonna move. Most people aren't. There's like, anyways, there's just like a lot of factors going into it that it's not just the games industry, it's not just the film industry, it's not just like our sector. Layoffs are happening in a lot of areas. And the economy is affecting a lot of areas as well, just in general. I think you know how business people put it is like, for a while we had a workers market, right, where a lot of companies were making accommodations for workers, and we had the upper hand in a sense. And now employers have kind of just been really working it to make sure that they have the upper hand all the time, so they don't have to accommodate as much, right? Just makes it easier for them. But for me, I have been freelance for a long time, so if I work for a company, it always has been contract, and always has sort of been like, we set the terms with those contracts per contract. Yeah, they went crazy with the hiring. People went absolutely nuts during the lockdowns. So like people like everybody was like, it was like a gold rush for a lot of people, you know? You remember how the market was during, like, oh my god. Turbulence, yeah. Turbulence is a good word. There is a lot of turbulence in the game industry right now. Turbulence for a lot of workers in a lot of sectors, though. So, but if you were in the trades, you're probably doing pretty well right now. So, like, you know, if you're construction, electrician, oil, you're probably not experiencing as much of it. But anybody office work, you're dealing with the like employers trying to take control. And there's something like to say too about the whole like forced back into the office thing. It really, I think a lot of that is, you know, we gotta pay the rent that we already have signed the lease for this massive office building. We gotta make it worthwhile. So they're forcing everybody back because their leases are absolutely ridiculous. But And then there's also the human element too. I mean, on the less pessimistic side, there are genuinely like people who just work way better in person. It just is that way, right? There are people like that. But then at the same time, you know, there's a lot of people that work a lot better not in person. Myself, like, I wouldn't, I mean, I could work in an office, but after, like, since like COVID is like absolutely rampant right now, and it almost like when I got COVID, what happened to me the first time I got COVID, right? Lots of people have different things that happen to them in terms of long COVID, and mine happened to be, it messed up my retina in my left eye, and I was threatened with blindness, right? So when it comes to COVID, like, I don't want to mess around. I don't want to get that again. It almost blinded me the first time, years, like over a year ago. And the problem is that there's no precautions being taken anymore, and nothing to really, you know, keep that safe. And things like the CDC isn't helping that. So like there's a whole subset of like people who are hurt by COVID, who are like, you know, immunocompromised, that just don't want it anymore, people who are disabled that just do not want it, that are kind of discluded from a lot of these conversations as well. And so it's just like, rather than want, it's more of like, it's sort of like a risk to even do that. So it's kind of like there's a lot there in terms of this conversation. And I don't see that talked about a lot either. Is a lot of people are like, oh, well, some people just work better this way, or some people work, there's no real talk about people who literally just can't, right? They just can't. And that's interesting to me. I think that during, you know, while the lockdowns were happening, there are statistics that show that the workforce actually, including a lot of disabled people that normally wouldn't have been able to go into offices and stuff, and they were thriving. So it's kind of, it's an interesting thing, just putting that out there. What beasties? Some kind of like flying bug alien jet thing. Can't imagine how you'd find a job now. You're not complaining since yeah, I mean, like, there's some stuff being posted on LinkedIn. I do see that jobs exist. Jobs do exist. It's just not as flourishing as it was a couple of years ago. Hey Reggie, how's it going? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Yes, all the eyes. All of the eyes. Hi, Avinash. Can you drag on axis? You hook and pull, but on y-axis? I think so. I'm not sure what the hotkey is for that, though. You can kind of, wherever you're looking, though, like, let's say I were to pull something out, I can, like, it does like lock on that axis, right? So if you're looking like head on like this, sorry for my voice cracks, by the way, it kind of starts happening around this time. say I'm looking like head on, if you pull like straight out like this, it's going to lock to that axis. So wherever you're looking, it will lock to your view, right? So maybe that can help you, but I know that there is something else in terms of like pulling on a specific axis. I can't remember though. My eye, so yeah, my retina in my left eye is still like, you know, do you know like what a visual field test is? How they can like kind of, you do like you click a button a whole bunch of times whenever you see a light appear in like a lot of you probably have had that. In mine, I've got like a big blotch. My brain is like filling in a lot of the part of my retina that I'm kind of like missing now because COVID destroyed it. But yeah, like my brain is starting to fill in a lot of that, so the blotch itself does not appear very large to me. But yeah, my left eye, yeah, it's like they told me that it's like a thing that only old people should have happen to them. I'm like, yeah, great. So cool. I aged faster, faster, faster. Speed. Reggie. But yeah, now as well too, they're I'm on medication for glaucoma as well because yeah. So there's that as well now. So it's just sort of like it's just going, you know? It's just going. I can still see had surgery to cut the whole like 360 degrees around the inside of the front part of my eye open so that you know, it didn't explode. That was a thing that happened during Christmas. I had a great winter. I had a great winter. How about you guys? 65 in November? Oh man. I'm basically there too, Reggie. You know, with all this happening. I'm basically there. Okay. 63 in August. Look at this. Look at this. Yo, I'm right there with you guys. I'm 60. I am. Oh, I didn't even see. Tomas, hi. How are you? How are you? Exploding old lady eye. Yeah, I got that. Yeah. Dude, I'm gonna be that. I'm gonna be that. I am absolutely gonna be that. I'm gonna be the coolest bog lady when I am older. I'm gonna embody, like, have you guys played Baldur's Gate? I want to be like the hag. I love her. I love her so much. And Auntie Ethel, I love her so much. I want to be her. She's my idol. I'm gonna be Auntie Ethel when I grow up. I'm 16. Whoa. Okay. Okay, Reggie. Okay. When I grow up. Also, if you guys don't know, Tomas, another streamer, fantastic. Definitely worth a look-see. If not for the amazing sculpts and the great feedback, you get some earring ASMR constantly throughout his very long streams. It's wonderful. Tonight is crits. Amazing. Who doesn't aspire to be a hag lady? Like, really? Okay, okay, focus. I gotta focus. Split, 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 split. Okay. Okay, let's do a duplicate. Try and give this some more. You tell everyone you're 70 when you're playing tennis? Oh, just to like completely trip them up? Are you really good at it too? Oh my gosh, I would do that. I would 1000%. I would even add another 5 years, maybe 10 years onto it if you could pass. The kind and gentle folk. Well. He's a folk. Okay, what am I doing? I gotta, okay, focus. Getting off track. Okay. I wanted to make this sort of like a sail type thing. Okay. We're gonna all right. Let's we're double. Yeah. And arc. Set. Boop. Okay, I'll just adjust that after, actually. That's fine. This. Whatever is she doing? You'll see. Micro poly. How's my puppy? Where is he? Gonna side eye. I'm just gonna stare at the wall. You like that wall? He's like, you woke me up. Here, I'll show you guys. Actually, it's like past the midway point. Monty. Oh no, he's so tired. Come on. Come here. Come. Oh no! Come on, get up. Up. Come on. Oh, there he is. Okay. Here's Monty. Here's the potato. The big old potato sack. There he is. Getting used to not talking back and forth is gonna be tough. You do the work, so oh. All the works, wait, so you're not gonna be doing that anymore? You're not gonna be able to talk to people? It'll just be like this? Look at him. Oh, he is potato. He's big potato. I'm trying to catch up with the... How hard is it to get a game in the job in the game industry for a self-taught freelancer artist or fresher artist? Got you. It can be tricky. There's a lot of competition. There's definitely a lot of competition. I'm not in the game industry though. Look at his feet. Look at his feet. Yes, he's a good boy. All right, yeah, you're like, I want to go down. I want to sleep. Okay, all right. Okay. He looks really calm in my hands, but in real life, he would scream. He's a screamer. He screams. He screams a lot. He makes a lot of noise. if he meets other dogs and people, he does not let people get close to him. He's very much just a my kind of guy. All right, what do I want to do here for this? I kind of, maybe I'll just do like a truss it and then just make it more organic. Could also do something like this and then sculpt on top of it as well. I just kind of say, hidden. I'll turn that back on. Sure. Let's do half. There we go. Down here, we can align. Okay, let's try some other things. And then I can like sculpt on top of that. I think I'm gonna do that. It has thickness, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, delete my Oh, Discord. Yeah, I remember your sessions. That's right. But you can't remember how. Oh, wait, is Henry not there anymore? Did you guys break up? Where's Henry? Just very busy. Gotcha. If you want, I can show you how to set up a voice call thing. Or I'm sure. Do you already have that set up? Like a voice chat? I'm not sure. It would be too open because like I don't really know how to set up the permissions and stuff. Oh, you're gonna ask him. Okay. He is. He's under under disguise in the stream, 100%. All right, I'm gonna put this here. Okay, and then I'll split that off. And I'll sculpt on top of it too. This one I'm gonna make a lot longer so that it would actually be. Oops. Oops. The curiosity, did you draw directly in ZBrush or do you have, oh, no. Yeah, it's fine. You can ask whatever questions you want. It's totally fine. No, this is, we're just doodling and messing around in ZBrush and then seeing where it goes. There's really not, like, there's not much to it. This side, like this stuff, be pulled further. All right, and then this stuff I can push up and in so it's not a problem. Do a backface mask. Kill it. It's fine. Delete. Then selected the wrong one. All right. Yeah. Yeah, you can give people roles to enter. That's true. I just don't know how his Discord is set up, but I think you said that when I said that he's gonna have helper. Have you not adopted the anchor tools for posing? No, I have. What I do works. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna be, again. I find this to be fine, the way that I post things, and I'm gonna come in here with new tools and tell me I gotta adopt and adapt. I'm kidding. Okay, I'm gonna go back. What am I doing? What am I doing? I wanted to sculpt on top of this now. Right. Okay, and then we can do, wait, before I ZBrush, because that's kind of a crazy mesh as well. Just do a quick save and try that. There we go. Good. Now Let me try something. Kind of was messing around with a brush earlier. I want to see if I can get anything interesting with it. Didn't really save that stuff, did it? Yeah, it's not. It's not working. Didn't save. All right, that brush is busted. My other one busted. It better not be. Oh, what? Why is it busted? My brush. All right, it's busted. That's fine. Let's use this one. Visitor with a nose hook. I'm gonna use this one. Yeah. Wow, it is not having a good time right now. Hello. Dang. We are legged. Okay, alright, Damien standard it is. Damien standard it is. This entire thing, I'm thinking, would be like socket. So I'm going to try and treat it as such. Yeah, you don't adapt it. We have to make the education videos, and I never remember your old process. It's no, it's okay. I actually saw a good tip on Twitter from somebody saying like, anytime that you switch up your workflow to like record that in a wiki page just for yourself. What am I doing? Right, I was gonna make this. Okay, okay, focus. Starting to lose focus, I'm sorry. Is anybody else watching Shogun? Remake. Maybe another one. Yeah, I'm not sure about the new game. Yeah, I'm not like it's good. Don't get me wrong, it's good, but it's like I don't know. It's not giving Game of Thrones. I didn't actually know that people were considering it that. You never recovered from the first one, right? Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty brutal. Hey Jeff. What? Jeff? Oh, you guys are talking. Got you. It's like, who's Jeff? But there he is. He's right there. All right. Let's figure this out. Let's make this thing work. Sorry. Do I still do my wild streams on my own channel? I have not streamed in a very long time on my channel. I've been in medical turbulence. But I don't have as much turbulence now, so now I'm just not. I don't know, maybe I'll come back to it. I don't know. We'll see. No more bread stomp. Yo, okay, I am so happy I don't have to take public transport to do my groceries. Oh my gosh, if you don't live in a walkable city, I am sorry, but that is a glorious part of living in a walkable city is not having, if you don't have a car and you need to deal with public transportation, if you just walk to your grocery stores. Oh. We should do collaborative YouTube streams. I would probably drive you insane. I would probably drive you insane. I don't know if you would like that. I'd probably fight with you. That's the thing. Yeah. So you think it would be all fun and games until you discover how many opinions of mine that I would fight with you. I would just be fighting. I would just be in fight. Just constantly fighting with you. We just like, and then we would devolve into just like yelling fits. And then we would start calling each other names. And then we would call the cops. And then the cops would come. And then I would just die. And I would probably just explode. And then you would explode. And then our like audience would explode. And then the universe would explode. We would have no viewers. People would be like, this is stressful. People would be like, this is extremely stressful to listen to. What do I want to do here? I've still got an hour. We could start doing some like more. Yeah, you know what? I think this in general needs to. Maybe I can like do another duplicate here. I don't know if that would be like overkill. Let's see. I duplicate this. Might be an overkill here. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't like that. There's gonna be a different way to extend these, and that was not it. All right. Oops. Me in a podcast? Oh my god, Link. Please, you guys don't need that. You don't need that poison. I'm telling you right now, like if anybody brings up politics with me, I would start fighting. I'm just always in fight. Always very fight. But it's probably because I'm used to talking to people that are very opposite of me. Even something that I could deem as political, start fighting with you. I'm just trying to like make you think that you don't want to hang out with me. Nobody wants to hang out with me. Seems all fun and games on the stream. I'm telling you right now. Not all fun and games. The drama exploding old lady eye? No, man. Dude, did you see how bad it was on Chris? Like the whole eye was just blood. It was just blood. Like, I'm laughing, but dude, oh, who's raiding? What's up? Welcome, raiders. Who's raiding? That is Axel. Welcome to the Maxon ZBrush stream. I am Ashley, your Wednesday evening host. Talking about random things, answering questions with ZBrush, and being stupid. Please enjoy. And if you are looking for me specifically, because I am not a Maxon employee, all of my links are here for you to check out. Welcome aboard. And how you doing? How you doing, Axel? Welcome. I hope your stream was good. Been a while since I've welcomed somebody from a raid. Okay, but listen, Tomas, what if I told you that I might be becoming one of those fanboys? And I'm ready to fight. I'm ready to fight. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, so you're going the acceptance route, I see. All right. Yeah, you're just gonna just be like, yeah, no, that's cool, everything that I say. Actually, actually, I meant to say that was really cool all along. Okay, I want to do... No, I want to put roll on. Yes. Yes. Where's that point? Little pin point. No. No. I didn't want that one. I want to go back. I want to go back. No. That's fine. Whatever. Okay. No. I don't like that. Oh my gosh, I don't know. Okay, that would be insane. Me doing a tutorial stream with you would be insane. That would just be insane. Like, I don't think in the good way. No, that would be insane. That would be like psychotic. Like both of us, straight jackets. Insane. Like, oh, nice. You were streaming for 4 hours too. Okay, nice, sweet. Well, welcome. I'm glad that you had a good stream. You should probably take a break though. I know how like taxing that is after 4 hours. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't really... Okay, I need to like focus. I'm so... It's like torn. Link, what are you saying? I feel like this entire... Like every single time I'm I'm here, I'm trying to figure out what half of you guys are referencing. Meow. 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 Nope. Changed my mind. I didn't like it. Let's see. Let's see. What do we want to play with today? What do we want to play with? I have brushes. What do we want to play with? What do we want to play with? We want to play with. We have horror brushes from Pablo. You can play with some webbing. I like webbing. Let's see what can we get with this. Yes. Sorry. Sorry. Do we have a Discord? I have a Discord. I have a Discord. Oh, sorry. Leonard, I just realized I didn't reply to your thing. I'm sorry. I saw your message though, and yeah, everybody is different when it comes to thinking about how they approach softwares. So perspective is very cool, and I saw it, and I will reply. Hold on. I have to edit this. One day. Generate. Copy. There you go. Here you go. Here's the Discord. Enjoy. That isn't the Maxon one. That's my personal Discord. That we are just completely super professional in. No, okay, I don't like this either. I don't know. Let's start like throwing a little bit of like color on this. Oh, Thomas joined. Thomas joined. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Why would he join? Why would you join? Oh wait, maybe that other brush of mine works then. The ridge one, because that was just all kind of like messy. So let me try. Yes, it does. My brush. My brush. Thank you. Joining. My secrets. Oh, my secrets. So scared. Now, reaction channel. Our reaction channel. What are we Thomas, what are we reacting to? What are we reacting to? What? like food videos? We're gonna mukbang together. Like what? Oh my god. Oh wait, no, because I replayed the last stroke. Oopsie daisies. Stroke. Interpolate. Endless material there, and then we can react to it. Yeah, and okay, so this will be the thing, right? We're gonna mukbang react, right, to your ZBrush streams. And what it'll be is you don't talk, and I just like roast what you're eating the whole time as like you have bad taste, and then that's it. I think that would get just no, stop, wait, stop. You're not down, you're not down, stop it. Literally no one would watch any of that. What the hell? Oh my god, ZBrush mukbang. You, oh my god, I can't. Monster Hunter? The Celtas? What are those? Ooh, those are cool. Big old buggies. Yeah, those are cool. It's got wasp vibes, that's why. Okay, let's do some housing here. Dynamesh that. A special? No, we would, but I don't know if we'd be legendary for the way that you think we would, right? Like, I feel like in some like weird way we would find a way to blacklist ourselves. Okay, you know what? Me more than you. People would be like, ew, it's those people that like eat and talk with their mouths full. They do a tutorial. It's a joint, no, it's a joint tutorial channel, but we do the whole tutorial with food talking over each other. So you're trying to explain it your way, and I'm like, actually you should draw on your model, and you're like, you don't draw on your model, and I'm, no, draw on your model. Drawing on your model is a lot of fun, actually. And you're like, no, don't, but it sounds like this. It feels like, no, model, don't draw on your model, don't draw. And that's like the whole thing for like 3 hours. Like, it'll have to be like 3 hours long. Yeah, and yeah. And then and make sure that like you have like the most annoying like metal cup with ice in it when you're drinking drinks as well, so you're going the entire time, like you're mixing it constantly, so you're constantly hearing the mixing. And have like a really loud fan on behind as well. I think we'd have a really good audience base. I think everybody would love that. I think that would be revolutionary. No, you would not. You would invest in Link, please. Please. Please, you're killing me. You're killing me. Oh. To give it, like, I should do something here. Alright, let's hide that. Because now I'm just kind of, like, noodling around. I'm gonna actually do something here. What's up, Iron? How you doing? To remember, this is not my channel. I can't go absolutely crazy talking to you, Tomas. I can't. I have to stay focused. We must sculpt. Start talking about mukbangs and stuff. You know, I've gotten criticized multiple times by people that are like, hey, why don't you sculpt more and like talk less? So, like, you know. Stop. Stop. Do you do 3D prints for your models from time to time? I do not, because I don't have a printer, because I don't have space. The only space that I really have, I have a very small place that I live in. The only real space that I have is this room, but my dog stays in here a lot of the time, especially at night and stuff. I would not want to fume it up. And yes, I could technically create some sort of event thing, but I still don't want to expose my dog to that. And also, having a printer in the same room as your dog that's shedding like crazy is not great. Yes, I could go and close it, but there's still a risk of getting the hairs in there. Also, I would have to dehumidify this very humid room, and it's a lot. There's a lot involved. Yeah, I feel like, okay, so if anybody does not like my my voice, does not like me talking, does not like my personality, wants me to just shush, there's a very good option on videos where you can just like, you can click the volume, and then on top of that too, if I'm just like kind of sitting around doing nothing, you can also, it's magic. It's magic, right? You can skim the video. Whoa! You can skim the VOD. It's crazy. You can also put the playback speed to up to 2 times on YouTube. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy. It's freaking crazy. But this itself, like, I'm not making like a tutorial here. This is literally, I say at the very beginning of this stream that it's just a sketchbook. I should retitle our sessions here to 3D sketchbook or something. Aww. Time is it? 9:30. Still have lots of time. Lazy step. Putting that lazy step on to get those lumpy dumps. Yummy. Yeah, I know, but I think it's because it's the Maxon stream specifically. People are looking for a tutorial, but there's a lot of other you know, things out there that you can do. Like you can find tutorials from a lot better tutorial givers than myself, because I am arguably not amazing at giving a tutorial. No, I don't want that either. La 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 la. Do I always do it for? Yeah, it's always been 4 hours. I probably, like, I could probably just chunk it down to 2, but then it's kind of like, well, what do we get done? I don't know. No. Should I keep it as 4? Not to keep. You scheduled it. You thought you'd be that would be a fun slot, so I'll change it. No drama. You'll go back to Tuesdays. Kyle didn't tell me that. Oh. Oh, what? You're supposed to be. Are you supposed to be on like right after me, or? Oh, are you supposed to be on right now? Yeah, all my streams are okay. So this happened with Eric as well, like because it only allows you to do the 2 hours. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's always 4 hours, and it ends at it's always 6 to 10 p.m. EST. God, I'm such a nuisance. Look, see, look at this. This is what the streams, like you and I streaming together, it would just be like this. It would be like, I'm sorry, but also I'm gonna fight you for it. But also I'm sorry. There it goes again. Here I go. Who wants me to get off? Who wants Tomas on? If there is a unanimous like get off the stream, then I'll let Tomas have the Xbox controller. I like that. It's nice up there. All right. Well, I'm not getting off anyway, so. I was here first. So. Mom said I could use the Xbox, so I don't care that your friends are waiting for you in lobby. I was here first. You might say it's not fair because I ran home from school because I took a bathroom break early and then I just went home so I would get the Xbox first. But I was here first, so. I don't even use my Xbox anymore. I only use the PS5. I still use the Xbox controller. I don't know why. I hate the PlayStation controller. I way prefer the Xbox one. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That's true. Haters will always hate me. You know what? Not even just haters. I will live long enough to become the villain. It is my goal. No, I find like the actual hate is just your typical garden variety misogyny anyways. Which is like extremely boring, honestly. If you could be like hateful, be a little bit creative about it, you know? Do 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 do. I should color this. I keep like not doing the colors and stuff, but what color? I'm thinking like oil slick for some reason. I don't think that that would be very good if it's like in the sky. Okay, help me out here because I don't have I mean, I don't have the biology background, but I would absolutely look this up because now I'm actually curious. A sky composition, right? That would be super dense. What exactly would that comprise of? Like what could that comprise of on another planet that is super dense? That something like this, maybe it would actually have I don't want to say helium in the like a large abundance of helium, but something. I'm thinking, and also trying to talk at the same time. So this thing is like gliding and kind of floating, you know, as elegant as it is, and it doesn't need to land. Like it would just kind of, you know, bob around in a very dense air, almost like water. What would be a potential composition, and what kind of like Rayleigh scattering colors could we achieve from that? Because I know there are different colors, different atmospheric compositions. For example, the sunset on Mars is more of a bluish hue, which is very unintuitive. But that's science. Ah, it just floats. It's like a hot air balloon. Actually, there is a species of bird. There is a species of bird that does not land. I think it's a swallow, a type of swallow. What swallow doesn't land? It literally just stays airborne. Oh my god. Doesn't land. Which one? Ooh. What bird doesn't land? There is one. The frigate. Okay. Alpine swifts, not swallows. Migrate. Yeah, they stay in the air for 200 days. 200 days. 200 days. The Alpine swift. That's insane. Yeah. So this thing. Tiny bird doesn't land for 10 months. Yeah, it's the Alpine swift. Okay. Not swallow, still S. I remembered. That's like you two on tour. Oh my god. Just like I'm trying to think of like what kind of atmospheric composition, like what kind of color. I guess like if we're going like fiction enough, it really doesn't matter. But when it comes to science fiction, I find like my favorite kind of science fiction is stuff that is at least more or less believable, at least to a relatively layman. Like I wouldn't call myself extremely like, you know, like I'm not like super well versed in a lot of things, but if it's believable enough, then I find that can be very compelling. So if there's like a good explanation, then that's like good enough for me. Because I hate when I'm like reading science fiction or watching a science fiction thing and it's just like this is just something so clearly, obviously implausible. Then I can't suspend my disbelief, and it just everything is broken and I can't be immersed. I'm done. But if it's like maybe. But at the same time, it's just like how far in the future. If you go far enough in the future too, you go far enough in the future, then it just becomes fantasy, right? Yeah, I don't know. There's something I've never been able to like really get into Star Trek for some reason. I also just really like contained stories. Space operas are cool. It's just yeah, I don't know. I guess like Star Trek isn't like it's this it's like it is technically a space opera, right? A nitrogen planet, yeah. The planet would range from yellow. Yeah, that would make some sense. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking too about like when like what it like if it would be like, you know, a night predator or a day predator, you know? And then like what that would look like what would the scattering look like in the atmosphere as well? If you had like a yellow hue, ugh, I don't know. I don't know how that would look. Yeah, so if it like hunts like let's say at dusk like a bat or something would, then it should be colored in sort of like a way that helps it blend in with that dusk light, which I think would be interesting instead of like going like full nocturnal, like, oh, it's just like a dark brown or whatever, black kind of thing, right? Like what would help, like would there be cloud cover, things like that, right? Like how would the light react and reflect off of the clouds? Like what would the scattering look like? in a planet with maybe like a yellow hue at evening, the scatter, it would look different. It would not be like an orange, right? It wouldn't. Titan, yeah, it's a moon. I mean, another like sort of yellowish atmospheric composition is like sulfur, which was like Venus. Like, if you've ever seen like you've ever seen the images taken on that, that was kind of nuts. Like the rocky surface, it almost like looks like it's on Earth. It's so familiar. Dusk in a yellow atmosphere would be orangey, then yellow, but like a muddy. Yeah. Because okay, so this is where I'm like a little bit, because I know that the composition itself is what would determine the scattering color, right? Like they call it Rayleigh scattering. And I'm thinking, like, you know, Mars has like that dull brown, like reddish orange hue, and that already turns to a blue, sort of like white ethereal kind of a sunset that happens. And I'm just trying to think about my color theory is pretty bad when it comes to this kind of stuff. I usually always have to reference something. I can never memorize it. Just trying to think, like, if that is like for a yellow, would it be orange? Like, would it actually? Because I don't know. I'm not sure. Distinction between the top and bottom colors too to count. Yeah, exactly. So your top would, yeah, exactly. Especially, yeah, exactly. So if there was like, you know, other big, if we were having like that food chain as well, and we're thinking about like, okay, well, the sky and the atmosphere itself is as dense as like what water would be here, then that would be an interesting thing to think about the food chain as well. Yeah, it depends on the element contrast. Yeah, exactly. Ah, and I'm not like, I don't have that. I'd have to like Google. We'll just go with colors. All right. So if we do like top and bottom. Well, we only have 12 minutes now. Don't you talk? ChatGPT ain't gonna tell me. No. Refuse to use that. Dude, it's 12 minutes now, so I'm not even gonna bother. I'm just gonna do a couple more detailing things. But if I were to give this like color and try to think about like patterning and stuff like that, I would think about its environment as a like predator. If it wants to be more like, you know, like stealth and kind of float around in the clouds and whatever those clouds might look like, right? Things could, all other things. What if like flora also floated? Because I mean, there's lily pads. Why not think about the same? That would be a very exotic planet. But hey, if you can explain it, loads of time. I know. I'm just kind of like, I don't know. There. I mean, that's kind of sick. We'll just go with the orange because we don't really. Okay, you know what? No, I'm gonna see if. Okay. I'm gonna Google it real fast. Yes! Yes, that's what I thought. Venus has a blue sunset. Knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew my instincts were. I knew it. I think. I think. It doesn't. Damn it! I was wrong! No, that's just Mars. That's just literally just Mars. Yeah. Uranus has a blue one. Technically. I'm just like... Titan still has a yellow one. No. This isn't accurate. Why am I even caring enough? Whatever. Whatever. Predator camo. God's sake. We're just gonna go with like, you know what? I'm gonna go with like a deep blue kind of like thing just because it looks cool. Screw it. I'm done. I'll fact check it after. Something a little bit like Bill. So if it's looking, it would be blue up here, and then looking down, let's say the ground is like a disgusting yellow dirt color. my excuse, my reason for just like, you know, giving it that complementary blue and yellow. Yeah, the ground is yeah, for sure. I don't have time for this. Oh my god, I don't have time. Round camo. I don't have time. Bro, you're typing so much. I don't have time. Tomas, you literally gave me your paragraph like chatting. You're writing a book. You just wrote a book. That was chat. I'm not reading it then. It's tainted. It's tainted. Oh my god. I gotta hurry because I gotta make room for Tomas. He needs to stream. If I don't leave on the dot, he's gonna send assassins to my house, so I don't have a ton of time here. no, the assassins, they're coming to my house. I'm screwed. You're all like trying to like calm me down. No, not tonight. I'm not sending you assassins. But you're actually just like, you're on call with them right now. I can hear them. I can hear you. I can hear you. Ah. No, I gotta get off on the dot. So 4 minutes, that's it. That's all I have. I only have 4 minutes. Uh-oh, Tomas is rushing me. Tomas is rushing me. Uh-oh. Wait, he's not? He's not streaming? No, you're streaming. You're streaming tonight. So I have to hurry. Let's do this. There, now we've got 2 color schemes going on. Easy creature design. Okay, ChatGPT is it's tainted. Saying that word is like saying that which shan't be named. How do you make the tool panel on the right side have that size? It doesn't allow me to enlarge it. So this is the tool panel right here, and then this is custom UI. So anything that you drag, Control and Alt, and then you drag over after you have enabled Customize, this shows up, and now Control Alt, and you'll be able to drag any button that you want around, and then I just kind of shoved it all here. That's how. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. Honestly, if I really wanted to, wait, do I have like any, oh, I probably have a rock texture. Sorry. I probably have a rock texture somewhere. Import. Where's my rock textures? Textures. Fiber text. Where's it? Where up? Where up? Dirt? Nope. Sand? Nope. Give me something else. Come on. Look at my textures. Nope. Ooh, this one. Texture. Speed running. Texture. No. Where is it? Texture. Why is it here? Why not? Why not here? Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Oh. Let's make it smaller. Wait. Oh. Okay. Where's the opacity? Where are you? Where are you? What is that? Is scale? Where's my opacity? Opacity. There we go. 8. Yes, 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 yes. Texture, 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 texture. I'm being cheap. I'm being super cheap. Texture. Stretched as all hell. Texture. Actually. Texture. Yeah. Wait, we're maybe right here. Texture. Too bright. Texture. Perfect. Great. Shift. Shift Z. Okay. Go back. Yeah. The picture of the flying spider whale that you came. Wait, no. You post AI in my Discord and you're getting banned. I will do that immediately. No, do not. I will kick you immediately. In the most brutal way possible. I'm gonna make a new rule. No AI at all. Absolutely not. Here, we hate AI. just no. Where is the lazy step? No, lazy radius. Okay. Why? Woo. 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 Actually, what am I doing? Mask. 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 Oh, I should be ending now. No! No! Cavity. Let's do... Where's my cavity profile? More. Oh yeah, dude. Look at that thing. It's jet worthy. Boeing would be jealous. Okay. Cavity. Wait. This thing? Oh, that didn't work. What's going on? Cavity. Please. Am I stupid? Don't answer that. Okay, I know. Let's do smoothness. Yummy! There we go. Nope. That needed a blur. And this needs an RGB intensity of this. So, there we go. Better. Whee! Oh, the underside did not get touched. That's okay. Wow, here's our dude. That rock texture did the job. Yeah, it did it. It sure did it. All right. Response channel, the AI art channels. I will I will explode the Discord. There will be no point in the Discord if we start like embracing AI. It is not happening. All right, yeah, see you, Reggie. All right, guys. I'm gonna end here. I'm gonna like put this around town. It's around town. Here. Wow. Zoom zoom. Whoosh. 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 I don't know what other angle. Like this? Sure. Okay. Save. Yes. Okay. And I will drop you all my links once again in case you want to follow me for whatever reason. God help you if you do. I have links and I post on my socials when I go live. So if you want to catch the next stream, you can follow me on any of my socials, blah, blah, blah. Go follow everybody that I mentioned during the stream. Layla, Tomas, Ian. Did anybody else show up? Go follow all of them. All of them. And yeah, okay. And I'll see you on the next one. You can try ZBrush. There's a trial. I don't know if I'm forgetting anything. This is fun. But you know, I can already feel the assassins coming. They're breathing down my neck. Tomas's assassins. So I'm gonna go. All right. I'll see you guys. My next stream is on the 27th. So not next week, the week after. Okay? All right. Okay. Bye.